Welcome to those who are hiding around the corner. We're doing some cane pulls right now. So this is specifically a twisted cane. So we have all these stripes of color that are kind of spiraling around the entire side of the piece of glass. Yeah, welcome to those who just joined in. So today on the hot shop floor, we actually do have a visiting artist. His name is Trenton Quiocho, and I believe there was a sign out in the front kind of displaying who was in here, but if you don't know who he is, he's a local artist here in Tacoma. But he was actually on season 3 of Blown Away, which is a competitive glass blowing show on Netflix. So if he looks familiar, if his name sounds familiar, that could be why. And he's making a variety of pieces over the last couple of days, including today, which you'll see on the front pedestals and on the front tables. And right now we are working on pulling one more of these twisted canes. So cane is essentially a stick or rod of colored glass. Usually it's more of like a solid color and you use it to get stripes in your piece, such as those black stripes on the piece up there. But this is a twisted cane. So we have stripes of color on this solid piece of glass, and this will be twisted and pulled at the same time to create an even more detailed piece of glass. And yeah, we have a ton of assistants. Well, I mean, we have 3 assistants, but the floor is pretty full. Yeah, glass blowing is a team sport for sure. We have my Sean, we have John, and we have Alex helping assist today. And after we see this cane pull, I'll show off some more of Trent's work so you can get an idea of some final products and what he's capable of. So Trent has been heating up this glass and rolling it on this metal table called the marver over and over again, partially to get more of a cylindrical shape, but also to cool and heat the glass evenly all throughout in such a way that it stretches evenly when they pull this cane. And this is the second pipe that it's going to be attached to, so we have 2 people kind of pulling and twisting from either end. And I will point out, good choice on sitting in the front row because you should be able to feel some of the heat coming off of this glass as they stretch it out, which is kind of fun. And just imagine working a couple of inches away from this material. It's a lot the texture of taffy or putty at this point. Yeah, I'm glad you guys came in just in time to see that. Not sure how many more of these they'll be doing or any more at all, but we will see some forms made today later on. All right, now let's see Trent's slideshow up on the screen, please. Could we have Trent's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's a slideshow going, and this will just show off some more of Trent's artwork. And just to point out, the person who sits at the bench, they're called the gaffer. They're kind of like the team leader. So Trent is gaffing today, and of course all these pieces are his own designs and everything. And he's soon going to have a piece of glass permanently on display at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is really close to us right here. So we have focused back at the center bench now. This is a piece of kiln shelf that we have on the end of this tool, and we've preheated it probably up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Usually when we work with pieces of glass, we'll preheat them up to that temperature to be able to work with them and melt them or attach it to something else. And these are pieces of cane that were previously made that we're laying out. So the idea is to heat up all these pieces of glass enough that they'll barely stick together. And usually this will be rolled up on the end of a pipe or on top of a blown bubble or another piece of glass in general. But this is usually on the end of a pipe, and then they form a bubble out of this patterned glass on its own. And let's see, how familiar are you guys with hot shops? Have you ever been in any before? Yeah? Some of you, yes, some of you no. So for those of you who haven't, I just want to give you guys an idea of the temperatures in here. So we haven't seen them use these a ton yet, but these tanks with the closed doors on either side of the hot shop, this is where we're getting the molten clear glass in general. So it's just a giant ceramic crucible sitting inside of there at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's holding a pool of about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And these open face furnaces, we use these for reheating. They're called glory holes, and they run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And I always like to mention, if you guys have any questions, feel free to grab my attention. It can even be questions about just things you've seen out and about, or maybe in the galleries, such as patterns or techniques. So this entire tray has been set inside of this large silver box. And this is called a garage. It's just going to hold the glass at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, or preheat it up to that temperature so that we're able to work with it more. Yeah, thermal shock works both ways. That's what we're trying to avoid right now. If you heat up glass too quickly, or if you cool it too quickly, it will start to break apart really soon. So if we finish a piece and we set it on the floor, it might only take a few seconds for it to start breaking apart. So Trent has gathered some clear glass on the end of a blowpipe. And usually what we would do with this is we would blow into the end of the pipe, and that air would travel into the glass and expand and make a bubble. But this time, Trent has blown that bubble enough that it's burst open on the end. And so if you were to blow into the end of the pipe right now, that air would just travel all the way through and escape. And we still have that clear glass around the end of the pipe. This is called a collar. So we've built up a collar. We'll use this to pick up all those pieces of cane that we were working with earlier around the end of the pipe and form this cylinder of cane. And if you're curious, this is just a pipe cooler that we're using. It's a trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into. And once again, the idea is to heat up all this cane enough for it to start sticking together. But we don't want to heat it up so much that it sticks to the plate that it's on as well, so it is just a little bit of a delicate balance. So Trent's lightly pushing them together. Yeah, so we're seeing basically two parts of the process at the same time. We are able to finally pick up this cane on the collar. So you can see how that glass was just barely hot enough to move and stick together and warp around the end of the pipe. And this will be heated up a little bit further so that they can close the rest of that gap. And at the same time, down here in the front, we're cutting up pieces of individual cane. We want all of them to be the same size, kind of like on the tray you guys have in front of you in the front row. So that way we have the cylinder basically the same height all the way around. We don't have to do any editing or waste any pieces of cane. And yeah, for those who just joined in, we have picked up these sticks of colored glass that are called cane on the end of a pipe, and we are closing off this gap. And this is going to essentially form a cylinder of special colored glass that has perfectly straight stripes. And this can be altered in so many different ways. Trent has done so many different things with cane. This pattern right here, where he has kind of these crisscrossing lines, or it looks like a net, this is called reticello, and it's a really complex design. This one's an even better example where the lines are more diamond shaped. And cane can be altered in so many different ways as well. It can be stuffed into a mold. It can be twisted to create spirals of color. So it looks like right now Trent is purposefully twisting the cane. He's dragging basically the tip of the cylinder against the marver, which is that metal table. And my Sean was inside with the jacks and kind of pushing down inside of the cylinder, which was creating more pressure wherever it was applied to the table and therefore twisting the glass. And this could be twisted further using an optic mold, which was just brought out next to the table on the floor. This has ridges that go all the way from the top to the bottom inside of it, just straight up and down. So Trent goes inside of the mold and is able to twist even further. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. So today we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He's the one sitting and working at the center bench right here. Everyone else surrounding him, they're acting as his assistants today. And right now we're working on one of these complicated cane designs. And once again, to point out, cane is basically these sticks of colored glass. We have some on the front table here. We have some over on the table there that Alex is working with. And we just stretched some on this wooden ladder earlier on in the day as well. It's basically a long stick of colored glass. And these can be more complicated. These ones that we're using at the center bench, I believe, are more of just one solid color within a clear layer of glass. So we should be able to see a really nice striping throughout the piece. And we have attached these to the end of our pipe and then twisted it. That's the point we're at right now. We have twisted the cane and we now have a nice spiral all the way to the end of the bubble. And we're now able to start working with this and blowing it out now that we've closed the end of the cylinder off. And welcome to everyone who has just joined us in the hot shop again. Just want to point out that we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He's the one who's working with the glass right here up in the front. He's just heated up this bubble of glass and is stuffing it inside of a mold, which once again, this is giving us physical and visual texture. The idea is more so to warp the cane that is inside of this glass. And yeah, for those of you who just joined in, you missed the beginning. It's a little bit of a complicated process, but we picked up a bunch of pieces of cane, which are these sticks of colored glass, and we picked them up on the end of a pipe, creating basically this cylinder of those nice stripes of color all the way around. And then we twisted that. So we then had a spiral of those lines going all the way to the end of our bubble. And you guys joined in just as we were continuing to alter that, so that's all you missed there in the beginning. Then we stuffed it inside of the mold to basically push some of those lines in on themselves, which you'll see eventually is going to create almost squiggly or zigzaggy pattern depending on how it's altered. And we do have some example pieces down on the front tables. If anyone would like to take a closer look, you're welcome to come down and look at these. A couple of them have some really warped cane in them, which is a good comparison to what we're seeing here. And could I have Trent's work up on the screen again, please? So it's been a little while since I showed this off. Some of you who are here earlier have already seen this, but this is our visiting artist artwork. So these are some previous works of his. And if he seems familiar to you guys, whether it's his name or just his appearance, he was on Netflix Blown Away Season 3, which is a glass blowing competition show. And if you guys are addicted to glass blowing like I am, even just watching it, I do recommend checking this show out. It's really fun to watch. And it's pretty accurate to what it's like working in the hot shop. It just cuts to a lot of the exciting parts, but so now we focus back to the hot shop. We're spraying some water inside of the glass furnace or inside of the furnace to pop any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass. And so for those who have just joined in, yes, this is where we get all of our molten clear glasses inside of that tank there. And it's sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass is a lot the texture of honey. It's very viscous. It flows. If you stop turning the pipe, it'll drip off. And for those who haven't seen this yet, Trent is rolling the glass on the marver over and over again. He's actually twisting the glass by letting it lay on certain portions of the bubble and then just holding it in one place and rotating. And this is kind of catching and dragging at the glass a little bit enough to twist it. And for those who have just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop first of all. But today we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. And this is a pretty complicated piece of glass that he's working with right now. There's been a lot of work that has gone into the patterning or design within the walls of the piece, which you can see some of the pieces he's made previously laid out on the front tables and pedestals. These are some really good examples of what he can do with cane, which we're working with a lot today. And if you don't know what cane is, it's basically these sticks of colored glass. You can leave them straight and you can twist them, you can essentially zigzag them, and there's just infinite possibilities with how you can alter the cane. And there's also another really complicated technique where you lay pieces of cane on top of each other through a very specific process, and it creates a pattern called reticello, which is essentially going to look like a net, like this one right here. So we're going inside of that mold yet again. And just as a reminder, we originally had the straight lines. We then twisted it. We then stuffed it inside of that mold. We then untwisted. So gosh, it's so hard to describe this pattern. I hope he shows it off eventually, but what this is doing is it's essentially zigzagging and even overlaying some of these lines on top of each other so that they look almost like a squiggly line. It's very hard to explain this process. And he's gone inside of the mold yet again, pushing those lines on top of each other. And we are using the marver again to twist this glass. And you can see those ridges twisting as he is turning on the marver, I want to point out. But it's still hard to see the exact colors and patterns of this glass just because of how much heat is in the glass. So much so that the light is radiating out of the glass, kind of like lava. So when this glass cools down, we'll be able to see the true color a lot better and the true pattern. And we've been using this on and off, so I'll point out this tool's called a block, and we'll use it to smooth and round out the glass again. Sometimes these do burn up a little bit, but the idea is to keep them constantly saturated in water so that there's a layer of steam formed between the wood and the glass. And that's what's supposed to be shaping the glass. Yeah, once again, for those who are just joining in, we do have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho, and he's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench. And he is a local Tacoma glass artist. And if he looks or sounds familiar, he was on season 3 of Blown Away. That's another place that he's well known. And that's a glass blowing competition show on Netflix, if you haven't heard of it. Now let's show off some of Trent's work while we can. So there should be a slideshow that'll pop up on the screen pretty shortly here, showing off some of Trent's previously made artwork and maybe some process photos. Could I have Trent's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. Yeah, so once again, up on the screen, if you haven't seen this slideshow yet, I'm showing it off now. This is some of Trent's previously made artwork. And Trent's going to have some artwork going permanently on display at the Tacoma Art Museum. And I think that is coming up pretty soon, so you can expect to see some more of his work out in the public for viewing. Also, I know these pieces do take a little while, so I get questions about where people can see the final product. So you can find Trent's website online. You could find his Instagram through that website. You can also check out our live stream, which we have running every single day that we are down here. And you can just even go to old live streams and kind of scroll to exactly where you want to be. And therefore, you can kind of see the end product when we finish any piece of glass throughout the day. And we will be working till 5 p.m. today, making all these various pieces of glass. And at the center bench, we have just attached a small solid pipe to the end of the bubble and completely broke it off of its original pipe. The idea behind this is basically just to flip the orientation or get access to the other side of the piece. We have to do this for any blown piece of glass. And could we focus back at the center bench, please? Can we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. And to start opening this up, Trent uses some tweezers to stretch out the area of glass right around the opening. And this glass is usually trimmed off, whether it be with some shears and just physically cut right off, or sometimes they'll section that piece of glass off and then just knock it off. And right now, they are focusing the heat just around the opening of the piece. It's kind of hard to tell because this piece is so small, like where it is inside of that opening. But yeah, we're really only just focusing the heat on maybe the upper third of this piece of glass. So I was just trying to get a close-up of the pattern for myself so I could see what it looked like. And it is very, very squiggly in a way. It almost looks like layers of fiber within the glass. Right now they are heating up the area where the clear glass is connected to the pipe. This is what's holding the piece onto the pipe. And the idea is to heat this up until they see some movement in that connection. And eventually this will be broken off onto another blowpipe. They're creating the collar on that blowpipe right now. That's the clear glass wrapped around the end. So the opening of this kind of cup shape is going to go right onto the end of this blowpipe. And once again, this clear glass has been opened and formed in such a way that when we attach this cup of patterned glass, this will completely seal this bubble off and essentially just create a bubble that we can work with and blow into. So I was just asking about the end product of this piece, and this is going to turn into a smaller basket of Trents, which we have some examples once again on this front table here. And yeah, Alex has been working with the moil of the glass over on the left bench. The moil is basically what is connected to the pipe beyond the jack line, or what's not included in the overall piece. So there was a lot of leftover pattern and color, and we don't want that to go to waste. So it was worked with a little further, and we now have a little extra cup of that colored glass over there. And this is broken off into the garage, this large silver box right here. And that's going to keep the piece of glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we'll preheat color in here. We'll hold pieces at that temperature in there. And we are gathering a layer of clear over top of this patterning. This is mostly to build up some mass for the piece, just give us more material to work with in the end. But sometimes we also just don't want our colors or patterns on the surface of the piece, so that way if anything chips away in any part of the process, we don't really notice a difference. Yeah, it looks like we're already going to start working with some new pieces of glass. So this is the part of the process that you guys missed in the very beginning. We have just pulled out a tray of cane, which once again are basically these sticks of colored glass. It's what we pulled across these ladders earlier on. Not these exact pieces, but... And we are lightly heating these up. And after heating these up, we bring over our patterned bubble of glass. And we now have basically these stick straight lines of color over top of our really intricate lacy pattern. There's just an extra piece of cane that Trent's trying to get rid of real quick. Yeah, you can see how much work goes into the cane placement when you first pick it up. It's perfectly straight, but it's going onto that hot glass and it's going to start moving pretty soon. And as they've been pulling off that extra piece of cane, the rest of the cane is getting to the point where it's a little bit too cold, so they have to heat it up. And then it starts moving. If it's too warm, it's just a very delicate balance. But Trent is able to straighten these back out with the tweezers and push them against the bubble to make sure that they don't move from their place anymore. And I just want to reintroduce what we have going on in general real quick for anyone who's recently joined. So once again, we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. And let's see the slideshow of his work up on the screen, please. Thank you. So up on the screen, there's a slideshow going. We'll be able to see some previously made works and some process photos. And Trent is a local Tacoma artist. He does come by the Museum of Glass very frequently. He works with the Hot Shop team, and he'll help other visiting artists that come through. And I want to point out once again that Trent does have a piece of work that'll be going permanently on display at the Tacoma Art Museum pretty soon. Thank you. And I want to point out for those who very, very recently joined in, you didn't get to see the beginning part of the process, so we do have a really high level of detail in the patterning underneath these stick straight stripes that we've just added to the surface of the bubble. And yes, this is a bubble. It's hollow all the way through. It's a bubble on the end of the pipe. And we'll be able to blow it out into one of these baskets, which you're seeing on the front table and pedestals. These are kind of Trent's signature pieces. And I guess the best way to describe that patterning that you missed is kind of a lacy pattern. In my opinion, it looked like a bunch of fibers that were laid over top of each other multiple times over. And this is all achieved through cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. We have these throughout the hot shop because Trent works with cane quite a bit. For example, looks like we'll be laying out another pattern over on the right bench. And for those who just joined in, I want to introduce our visiting artist, Trenton Quiocho. He's the one who's working with this piece of glass at the center bench. And right now he's working on making one of these baskets, kind of like what you're seeing on the front table here. We've already gotten all of the colors and patterns that we need for this piece, so I expect maybe we'll see this piece blown out. This pad that is being used here, this is actually just folded up newspaper soaked or splashed with water. And it might sound like a surprising tool, but you can't really feel any heat through the newspaper. It's as close as you can get to using your hands to shape the glass. And next Trent goes in with the jacks, which are these two metal blades, and squeezes down a little bit off the end of the pipe and into the bubble. And this divot or line that is created from doing this is essentially our breaking point. We'll take the entire piece off of the pipe from there later on. And we always create it before we even finish off the shape for the piece overall. And I'm sure you can tell, but we're using the wooden paddles to shield Trent's hand and arm from the heat that's coming off of the piece itself. And I want to mention real quick, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to grab my attention and let me know. It could be questions about what you see in the hot shop or things you've seen in the gallery or just glass in general. So it looks like we're getting pretty close to opening the end of this piece. These pieces are difficult in the way that it has to be open-ended on either side. And so the side that's connected to the pipe is actually the side that is more so extended from the body of the piece. And then the side that we're working on right now is eventually going to be pushed inside of the piece itself. And it's really interesting to watch that part of the process. So there was a divot created in the very end of the piece, enough that they were able to create just a little bit of thermal shock in that divot. In thermal shock, all you need is to cool the glass rapidly. So just applying pressure with the cold metal tool is enough to crack that little section of glass and then tap to knock it off completely. So we should have a small opening in the end right here now. And Trent is able to go in with just a single blade and slowly widen this opening. Also, if anyone's curious about the two torches that we're using, this large fluffy flame is about the same temperature as the hole itself. so between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're using it to heat up larger sections of glass at a time, more so to balance heat out. For example, this area where the glass is connected to the pipe gets really cold really quickly. But this smaller handheld torch that we've been using, this one has a bright blue flame, which immediately tells us that it's very hot. It could get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we use it for more so sculpting or very smaller sections of the glass, much smaller details in general. Yeah, it looks like we're completely transferring this to a different blowpipe, which is telling me that this section that they've just attached to the new pipe is actually going to be the section that is extended from the body of the piece. And to break a piece of glass off of any pipe, we always have to apply some water to crack that connection. So we'll see this again one more time later on when we break it off of this pipe as well. And this is how they're keeping both ends of the piece open-ended. So we have this opening from breaking it off with the previous pipe, and then when we break it off with this pipe as well, there will be the opening on our original end. So we want to make sure that there's still an opening here on the end, but they're allowing it to get pretty small because when we push this opening into itself, it's going to expand. And if we start with the opening too wide, then that could be a problem for how wide it ends up. So this is the Soffietta that we're preparing right now. The Soffietta is this cone-shaped tool, and it has a mouthpiece on the opposite end. This allows us to blow air into the piece even though we've already taken it off of its original blowpipe. So we just use gravity to shape the glass a little bit, hang it down towards the floor, stretching it out. And then the Soffietta is guided into the opening and given a puff of air. So we're trying to heat very specific sections of the glass at this moment, while also making sure the rest of the piece doesn't get too cold. Oh yeah, and if you're curious, we have preheated this. We dipped it in some beeswax or ran it over some beeswax so that it slides more easily against the glass and it doesn't drag or twist those lines that we've created perfectly straight. So the Sofieto is used to push the glass in on itself. We're using the jacks, these two metal blades, to slightly widen that opening. And yeah, usually later on, we don't want any cold metal to touch the hot glass, so we placed a wooden paddle on the marver, that metal table, and created a flat spot for the basket to rest when it's displayed. And it looks like we are getting really close to finishing this piece, so we already have Maishan getting suited up with these Kevlar gloves and this big shiny suit. This will prevent him from getting burned as he physically picks up this piece of glass to be put away. And when we do put this piece away, it's looking like it'll go inside of that large box on the wall right behind Maishan over there. This is one of our mini annealers, and the annealer's job is to hold the glass at a warm temperature and then very slowly cool it down, usually overnight. So this clear glass that's connected to the pipe is heated up quite a bit until we see some movement in that connection. And then to break the piece off, this is usually done by applying some water to that connection point enough to crack. So that water is applied right to the jack line, this divot in the glass. And then hopefully just with the tap of a pipe, it'll pop right off into those Kevlar gloves. And that was a successful break. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that basket. Thank you, everyone. So that was our first piece of the day done. There was a lot of detail that went into that piece. I wish that those of you who joined a little later got to see the sort of squiggly design across the glass, but we will continue making a variety of pieces until 5 p.m., so we shall see what they work on next. We're using a lot of cane today, which once again are these sticks of colored glass. We'll lay them out and create a pattern on this tray at the center bench. And once again, I want to show off Trent's artwork for those who haven't seen it. So let's see Trent's artwork up on the screen. So for those of you who just joined in, once again, we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench making these pieces. He is a local Tacoma glass artist, and he will have a piece going on display soon at the Tacoma Art Museum. And on top of that, I always point out if he looks or sounds familiar to you, it may be because he was on the Netflix show Blown Away, which is a glassblowing competition show. And if you haven't seen that already, I recommend watching it. It's a lot of fun. And I've been making sure to point out this event every once in a while, but we do have a large free event coming up that is a lot of fun. We have it each year in the summer. It'll be in mid-August this year. It's called Glass Fest Northwest. And what we do is we have a bunch of artist booths and vendors open outside of the entrance of the museum on that grand plaza. And there are glass demonstrations, there's food trucks and music, and there's free admission into that festival and into the Museum of Glass that day. So if you're looking for something to do or you want to see more glass art, then that's something that you should definitely check out. So we've laid out that pattern at the center bench. We took it and then set it aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And that's just going to preheat those pieces of glass up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We always want to make sure that they're at that temperature. Otherwise, they will crack if we just instantly start heating them up, because thermal shock works both ways. You can heat it too quickly and you can cool it too quickly. And you know, I am seeing a lot of youth in the audience today here and there, so I want to point out that there's something we do at the museum called Kids Design Glass. It allows kids 12 and under to design a piece of glass that has the chance to be made in our hot shop. We do it once a month. The artists will come together and they'll choose a design that they like the best, and they'll make 2 of those pieces. One of them goes home with the family, one of them stays here at the museum and goes on display. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And for kids who are 12 and older, such as middle school, high school, there's something called Hilltop Artists, which is something that both me and Trent and my Sean went through. I'm not sure about Alex. Maybe Alex? Yes, maybe. So Hilltop Artists is a local nonprofit organization that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And there's a hot shop in the back of a middle school and a high school here in Tacoma. There's summer programs, after school clubs, all sorts of interesting stuff. So, yeah, check those two things out. You have a good chance of getting into glass blowing, glass art if you are 18 and under here in Tacoma. Or close enough. I know people who come here for the summer programs too. So we have already gotten started again over on that left bench. And I do want to point out that we are working with these tanks now, these large tanks with the closed doors. If you haven't seen those yet, those are our glass furnaces. So we have a large pool of molten glass sitting inside of a ceramic crucible inside of those. We just picked up a little bit of clear, and it looks like we're making another collar out of it over on that left bench. And a collar is kind of as it sounds. It's some clear glass that's wrapped around the end of the pipe, but it's not going to be sealing off the end of the pipe like it normally would. And we are once again heating up this cane even further at the center bench. And yeah, for those who just joined in, I want to share once again we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. And he is over on the left bench working with some clear glass on the end of a pipe. This is a collar of clear glass that's just wrapped around the end so that he's able to pick up these pieces of cane, which you'll see here at the center bench. We're heating these up enough that they eventually will stick together, but not stick to the tray. And then we'll roll the collar of glass just against the edge of the cane, creating a cylinder of colored glass all the way around the end of our pipe. And I think this is the cane that we pulled earlier. I could be wrong, but yeah, it looks like we're using a twisted cane right now. So this has already a spiral of color around the individual sticks of glass. So once the cane is heated up enough, Trent squeezes them together lightly with a couple of wooden paddles or tags. Once again, just making sure that they're all sticking to each other. And after one more heat, Trent comes over with that collar of clear glass and wraps it around the cane to pick them up. And to get rid of any particles that may have stuck to the cane, we just sweep them off with the little broom. So once again, you can see how this is forming a cylinder of the cane around the opening or the end of the pipe. And eventually we'll be able to completely close the end of the cylinder off, and this is going to form essentially a bubble on the end of our pipe that we can continue to work with and blow into. I think there's a lot of people who haven't heard exactly who's here, seen what he's capable of. So I want to show off Trent's artwork up on the screen again. Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see our visiting artist artwork. Trenton Quiocho, he's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench quite a lot. He has the glass right now. And he is a local Tacoma glass artist. He stops by the museum all the time to work with the hot shop team that works here full time, and he'll help other visiting artists that come through. So it's great that he is making his own stuff right now. And he does have a piece that is going to go on display permanently over at the Tacoma Art Museum pretty soon here. I heard it's a piece that was part of the Gather display that was at the Tacoma Art Museum a while back. And if he looks or sounds familiar, you saw the slide already, but Trent was on Blown Away, season 3, so it may sound or look familiar, but if you are curious and haven't heard of that show, it's on Netflix, and I recommend you check it out. It's a lot of fun. Thank you. So now we have to start compressing this cane a little bit, making sure that there's no gaps, therefore no air bubbles within the piece when we're finished. We're rolling it on the marver, which is this metal table. So the end of the piece is completely cut off. And once again, this is just to close off the end of the cylinder, create our bubble. This excess piece of glass is usually saved as a little cookie, and it can be turned into a cup, or it can be used as just a decorational piece of glass later on. Yeah, if you're curious, we're gathering a little bit of clear glass actually just to clean off this tool. Sometimes we get wax on tools that there definitely shouldn't be any wax on. We only want wax on a couple of our tools. Otherwise, our tools tend to slip off of the piece when we're trying to use them. And I want to mention again, real quick, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. Could be anything. Could be related to the hot shop, the gallery, it's just glass in general. So just to point out, this mold has just these straight ridges inside of it. And when we use this on cane designs, this is going to kind of warp the cane by pushing it in on itself a little bit, maybe even folding it during the process. It all depends on what Trent does with the glass after the fact. And I want to point out again, for anyone that's recently joined, this piece of glass that we're working with, you can't see much of the colors or patterns within it right now, but it has a pretty high level of detail in it already. Earlier this morning, they took pieces of cane, which are these kind of straight sticks of colored glass. They laid them out, and they picked them up on a solid piece of clear glass. And from there, they actually twisted and pulled this glass back out, which created a twisted cane. And this twisted cane, as you can imagine, once again, just has those spirals of color around the individual pieces of cane. This was laid out, again, side by side by side, a bunch of pieces of those twisted cane, and then they picked that up on the end of this pipe and started altering it even further from there, which they're doing right now. So just a very long, complicated process, but it makes the pattern of the glass really interesting. And you can see in at least a couple of these very twisted, warped designs of the cane, kind of like this one right here. So this did start stick straight, and it was just warped that much. But sometimes this is left stick straight and used to create really straight patterns. So this is called reticello, basically kind of a net, kind of a quote-unquote net pattern. And right now it might be a little hard to tell what Trent is doing, but he's actually twisting the glass by rolling it on the table. Whenever he's staying mostly in one spot, that is kind of catching and dragging at the glass and twisting it in the direction that he turns. And after twisting it in that direction, this is pushed inside of the mold again. So for anyone who's just joined in, welcome into the hot shop, first of all. And second of all, we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho here today. So just to give you a little overview, earlier we made one of these small baskets, not these ones exactly, of course. The piece that we finished is cooling inside of the annealer over on the right wall. And we are getting started on the next piece already. We've gone through the process of getting all of our different patterns that we want in this piece of glass. And we're just starting to work with the glass, blowing it out and creating a jack line, which is this divot near the pipe. And that means that we're going to break this bubble off of this pipe pretty soon. And this is where all of our projects start. So Alex is gathering a bit of clear out of the furnace. Inside of here we have a giant ceramic crucible filled with molten clear glass at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this small bit of clear is basically acting as an attachment point between this second pipe and the bubble itself. And once this is solidly connected, we'll go ahead and break it off of the original pipe that it was blown on. And this is done with a little bit of water and then a tap of the pipe, and it pops right off. And because of this, we have now flipped the orientation of the piece. So now we can start opening this up and giving it these nice straight walls. So we've opened this up a little bit with the jacks, which are those two metal blades. We push a wooden paddle against the opening to round and smooth the opening out. And over on the left bench, a collar of clear glass is being prepared to be brought over and attached to the opening of the piece. And that's kind of as it sounds. A collar of clear glass is quite literally just a ring of clear glass around the opening of the end of the pipe, but not covering the opening. So when you blow through, that air should just pass all the way through. And that's important. When we attach that to the opening of this cup, then it will basically be creating a sealed bubble on the end of our pipe. So this is the collar that Trent's going to get started on at the center bench right here. Yeah, so my mistake. Over on the left bench, I think Alex is actually working with the leftover patterned glass that came from the original piece. Yeah, so in this hot shop we use a soda lime glass, which is a little as it sounds, soda ash limestone, mostly silica sand. And the silica sand is something that's in every glass, of course. But yeah, we use this. It's a little bit of a lower melting point than some other kinds of glasses. And I've heard it described as soft glass, like it physically feels softer to work with when it's molten. Also, we have just attached that cup to the end of our blowpipe. Yeah, so just like that, we now have a bubble on the end of our pipe, essentially. And this has a lot of really interesting patterns and colors inside of it. We worked with it earlier. It's, I mean, along the lines of some of the pieces we have out, but the way I've been describing it earlier is it looks like layers of fiber kind of layered on top of each other. It's also been called kind of a lacy pattern. Yeah, so the process to create the patterns in this glass, it all starts with sticks of cane, which are these sticks of colored glass, if you haven't seen them already. They come in, I mean, not come in varieties of colors, they're made in varieties of colors. And these guys, they made some earlier today. And the one that they made earlier today, they started with these stick straight colors. They laid those out, and then they rolled solid clear glass over top of them to pick them up all the way around. And then they took that and they stretched and twisted it. So they had something like a spiral of color all the way around the side of solid sticks of clear. So they then took those, they laid those out and they picked those up and they turned it into our bubble. And then they continued to twist it, stuff it inside of a mold, twist it again, stuff it inside of a mold. So it's just layers upon layers of detail and effort going into the design, and that's why it looks like lace or fabric, is because going into the mold and then twisting it, it's kind of layering the glass on itself. It's pushing it into itself a little bit, so it actually looks like loops that you might see in fabric or lace, hence why it's called a lacy design. Yeah, this is one of those things that's pretty hard to describe, but when you look at the final product, like these ones, you can see those lines a little bit better. Yeah, exactly. It's actually just folded up newspaper and they just splash it with water every once in a while. as it burns away. I know, it's crazy, but yeah, surprisingly, you can't feel any heat through it, and it conforms to the shape of your hand pretty well since it's soggy paper. So you can kind of shape the glass, almost like sideways pottery. It's the best way I could describe it. So we've been continuously using these wooden spoon-shaped tools. I'll point out that this is called a block, and the idea is to keep them constantly saturated with water so it forms a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass. So inside of those buckets behind the bench is just water. And yeah, the idea is to smooth and round this glass out using that steam to shape it. You can see we have a much smoother shape now. And we're letting this cool down at the moment. There's a lot of heat built up inside of it, and it's probably moving a little bit. And we want to gather a layer of clear over top of everything to build up some mass for the piece. So we'll just let the air take the heat out of the glass. We'll just let it sit and rest for a bit, and then eventually gather a layer of clear. And it looks like we are preparing our cane as well. So this is how we essentially started this design in the first place, but so far today, Trent has been layering some extra cane over the top to create these really straight lines all the way across the basket, like you're seeing with this one here and the one on the pedestal there. So we have another tray of cane. This is being preheated probably up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Inside of this silver box right here, they just placed it in there. So for anyone who's recently joined in, welcome into the hot shop, first of all. And we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho down on the floor today. He's the one who is holding on to the pipe with some glass over on the right side of the hot shop at the moment. Everyone else is acting as an assistant to Trent's work today. And he is working on making another basket, I believe. We are gathering a layer of clear over top of some patterned glass that we've been working for a long time on. And it's a little hard to describe the pattern on this glass, but it's lacy, or it looks like layers of fiber or sort of strands of colored glass layered on top of each other within the clear glass. And we've mostly gathered this layer of clear just to build up some mass for the piece so that we have enough material to work with. So we blow it out. And we've just heated up all of the cane enough that we can pick it up on the outside of our bubble. And these lines are going to remain stick straight. These will not be warped or altered even further. So just like that, we now have the full design for this piece of glass. And we'll be able to start blowing it out and turning it into our basket. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who's just joined us. I do want to show off Trent's artwork again, so could I have that up on the screen, please? Thank you. And yeah, for those who just joined in, we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He's the one who's sitting, well, not sitting at the moment, but he's going to be sitting and working at the center bench. And up on the screen, we have his slideshow going right now, showing off some of his previously made artworks, as well as some process photos. And if he looks or sounds familiar, I do want to point out he was on Blown Away Season 3, which is a glass blowing competition show on Netflix. So you may recognize him from there. And he is a local Tacoma glass artist. He stops by the hot shop very frequently, and he'll help the resident team with creating visiting artist pieces. And so far today, we've been seeing a couple of baskets made, which you'll see throughout the slideshow like these, and also some of the examples that we have out on our front tables and pedestals. So we are already starting to blow this piece of glass out. Trent is guiding which way it blows out and the shape overall with this pad as somebody blows it to the end of the pipe. And we use this torch to apply extra heat to one area of the piece, usually the colder area of the piece, but in this case, we want to focus extra heat near the pipe and kind of blow out the shoulder. And now we're ready to start making the jack line, which is basically a divot or a line near the end of the pipe, and we'll break the entire piece off from that line later on. And once again, for those who just joined in, I just wanted to share real quick that we are making another basket right here in the hot shop of Trent's. So our visiting artist Trenton Quiocho at the center bench. And these baskets, we have some examples out already on the left side table and the pedestal. And this glass has a lot of detail in it that we can't quite see at the moment, but hopefully when it's blown out a little bit further, we'll be able to see all of these super small detailed lines within the glass. And this is coming from cane, which are these sticks of color. So we have a really complex cane design across the surface of the piece, and then we have these large stick straight canes all the way down the side of the piece. And something interesting about these baskets is that they're open-ended on both sides. And this is a pretty tricky process to make it this way. So I think when you're considered more of a professional glass blower, you've been blowing glass for about 10 years. And I know that, gosh, I don't know their exact numbers of experience, but I know that a lot of them have over 10 years, or at least a little over 10 years. So we have already opened up the end of this piece of glass. And Trent is using the tweezers to kind of pinch and pull at the opening. Yeah, the cane doesn't quite go all the way perfectly to the end, and so I assume there's going to be a lot of extra glass trimmed off. Yeah, if anyone's curious, while we're working on kind of fixing up this opening at the center bench, over on the left bench, there's some clear glass that is being prepared to basically be brought over and attached to this opening on the end so that we can eventually break this piece off of the pipe that it's on right now and then fix up the opposite end. Yeah, as I mentioned, it's a process to have an open-ended piece on both sides. Still have to transfer it to a different pipe to work on the other side. Exactly, that's the hard part. So this one, it looks like they haven't cold worked yet, which this is a great example piece. So this is the end that they're working on right now, is the tapered end that comes out from the main body of the piece. And you can actually see there's some clear glass left over right here attached to the opening. And it is still open. There's a small opening right here, but eventually they have to kind of grind and polish this piece of glass off. There's usually, not always, but usually there's going to be a little bit of clear glass left on any piece that has to be cold worked off at the end. Yeah, we do have an entire cold shop here at the museum. It's just kind of around the corner and we can't see it sadly, but it's really cool. It's a big shop and there's a bunch of equipment that looks a lot like woodworking equipment, but it's all diamond grit and there's a lot of water flowing onto the sanding wheels and I don't know, belt sander. So they've just been keeping that piece of glass warm at the center bench, and now this second pipe has been brought over. This is another blowpipe, I will point out, and this clear glass on the end is completely open. So we'll be able to continue to blow into this piece if we need to after attaching this pipe and breaking it off of its original one. And to break it off, we just apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe. And now we have essentially completely flipped the orientation of the piece, and we could start working on the other end. And this is the end that we are going to kind of push in on itself to get our finished basket. So that was all just a bit of excess glass that we broke off. So we are continuing to blow this up and expand it a little bit further. So we have a much rounder shape now. And we do have a couple of different small torches we use to focus heat to certain places. This one's just a map gas. We're just applying a little bit of heat to the very end of the bubble. Unlike this torch, this one heats up a much larger section of glass, so we need those smaller torches. Yeah, maybe a little bit hard to see, but we're focusing most of the heat just on the very front of the piece, even when we're going inside of the hole. But we are also giving the whole piece a flash every once in a while, which is basically just a short heat across the entire piece. We usually want to keep the glass at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds really warm, but at that point the glass is pretty much solid and it's lost a lot of its heat and malleability, and we have to reheat it to be able to work with it again. But it's just warm enough that it won't break from thermal shock. And for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop. We have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He's the one who's been standing and working on this piece of glass from the outside of the bench for a little bit. This is one of his baskets that he's making right now, which we have some really good examples right in front of you guys, luckily. And now using the Sophietta, which is this cone-shaped tool, he actually pushes the opening into the body of the piece. So this is how we get that internal part of the basket. We also use the Sophietta to puff a little bit of air inside of the piece. That's the purpose of the cone, is to block the opening off, but Trent's found another use for it for his pieces. And now the opening is widened just a little bit further inside of the piece. So not this time actually. So yeah, usually we have our resident hot shop team on the floor and they work here full time, but for this residency specifically, Trent brought in his own assistants. Yeah. Yeah, but Trent himself actually works frequently down on our hot shop floor helping the resident team. And a section of the glass on the side of the basket is heated up enough that they can flatten the side out. And this is just so the basket rests and doesn't roll or move when it's set on a surface. And at the same time, we're also preparing to break the piece off and put it away. So we have somebody who's getting suited up in Kevlar gloves and a big shiny suit. And this is all going to protect the artist as we break the piece off and put it away. They'll quite literally carry the piece and then lean into a 900-degree box to put it away. And that box is right behind them. That large one on the wall sits just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So this connection is cut into a little further with some shears, and then immediately some water is applied to crack that connection enough for it to pop off with, once again, the tap of a pipe, just like earlier. It looks like they'll torch the bottom, make sure to heal any cracks that may have formed, and then this piece is completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that basket. Thank you, everyone. So that's our second basket of the day, and that has successfully gone away into the annealer where it will cool down overnight for about 12 hours. It's programmed to cool down very, very slowly over a certain period of time. And I believe that was our last piece before our lunch. So feel free to ask any questions that you might have or just kind of enjoy going up and getting a different view of the hot shop. Second piece of the day. Yeah, that was our second basket. We made one earlier before you guys came in too.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses 2 pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm going to leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Holding. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. it's really meditative for me to do the engraving part. And then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Can we do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like uniform.
No.
Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept it more. I'm gonna need some ramage. Ramage.
You can call me Nancy.
I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
coming off.
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon. So childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment. Incorporate bright and vibrant colors and, with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic. And then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit. And then some elements are still straight, it's straight here, but it's a little funky in there. And then you're still using those traditional techniques Marini and cane, and then the Encamo technique, but then trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that pink?
It'll be opaque, so opaque color. So the first color type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling. So like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, you know, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. yeah, I can't wait to make rondels with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see a really good glass artist manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. Yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I see a lot rondels we made yesterday. It's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. I have a lot of designs on the paper, but working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to go back to the material what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom could be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together, so as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
they are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
That's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first poll. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
Polished thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but
Yeah. It could be big.
it could be big, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I'm just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so it's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle, where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could, at any given day, walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative object because I'm very into cartoon children books because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I've started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Roman, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, you know, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
Alright, welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who's just joined in. I'm gonna wait until... Oh, there we go. Those videos disappear, I was gonna say. So I just wanted to reintroduce what we have going on in case anyone wasn't in here earlier. Alright, so today we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He is going to be sitting and working at the center bench quite a bit. He's wearing the blue cap. And everyone else around him is basically acting as support or assistants today in making these pieces. Now, we'll see a variety of pieces already out on display. These are made over the past couple of days or previously in general. A lot of them are baskets, which is sort of Trent's signature piece. And I believe we'll continue to see more baskets made in the second half of the day. Now, all of these baskets so far are using pretty intricate patterns inside of them, starting from cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. And we have a bunch of cane laid out and heating up on a tray inside of this box in the front. So we'll see them using a variety of equipment in here as well. This is just preheating it up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds really warm, but at that point the glass is still solid. It's just warm enough that it can stick to molten glass, or we can heat it up a little bit further and make it soft enough to work with. And of course, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. But I'll just continue to give a little introduction into the Hot Shop and point out some more pieces of equipment. So to start us off, I'll point out arguably the most important piece of equipment, which is the furnace right here. And this tank with the closed door, this is what holds the clear molten glass inside of it. It sits at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it stays at that temperature 24/7. We never turn it down, we never turn it off. Once again, just a giant ceramic crucible in there filled with molten glass. And you'll see us gather from there. The texture of the glass coming out of there is a lot like honey, so we have to constantly stay turning, otherwise the glass will start to fall off center, and at that point, when it's hot enough, it can actually fall off the pipe and onto the floor. Now, these open face furnaces, these are our reheating chambers or glory holes. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit warmer. And it looks like we're laying out another cane pattern over on the right bench, so you can kind of see how these start. So as I pointed out earlier, most of our projects start with the furnace. So we're getting our first gather of clear that you'll see for this project. This is a blowpipe that we've just gathered some clear on the end of. And Trent is going to immediately blow a bubble into this. The idea right here is to eventually blow a bubble and kind of burst it open so that we can create a collar of clear glass around the end of the pipe but not completely covering the end of the pipe. Yeah, I will point out once again, we already have our cane design laid out for us to pick up. So we have to make sure that this collar is a pretty exact diameter to make sure that when we roll up the cane, it fits perfectly all the way around the end of the pipe. We don't have excess that we have to cut off, and we don't have too little to the point that it doesn't connect all the way around. Oh, I do have closed captioning up on the screen I will point out real quick, and eventually these cameras will kind of follow the artists around as they work throughout the hot shop. This is just a pipe cooler that we're using real quick. It's a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. So inside of this box in the front, once again, we've had our cane already laid out, and it's been preheating in that box up to probably about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And Maishan has just pulled out that tray. You'll bring it to the center bench where we can heat it up a little bit further. And the idea is to heat up everything enough that it sticks to each other, like all the pieces of glass individually, they stick to each other, but not so much so that it sticks to the kiln shelf that it's resting on. So it's a balance of heat. And welcome to anyone who's recently joined us in the hot shop. Once again, today we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He's the one at the center bench in the blue cap. And we're going to be making one of his baskets today. And we can see these baskets laid out throughout the front pedestals and tables. So those are some really good examples of the final products that you can expect. Yeah, while they're heating up all this cane at the center bench, once again, enough for it to all just barely stick together. Over on the left bench, the color of clear glass around the end of the blowpipe, we're just keeping it barely warm enough, probably a little bit over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll eventually bring that over and roll it over top of the cane to pick it up. To make sure this is evenly heated, the kiln shelf is rotated before heating everything back up again. And up on the screen, we have a really good view of this pattern now. So you can see all these individual little pieces of cane were sectioned off to a pretty specific size and then laid out on this tray. And now that things are warm enough, Trent is able to start pushing those pieces of cane together using a couple of metal paddles. And just to make sure the glass isn't sticking to the tray, sometimes they'll tap the tool to the bar and it sends a vibration through the glass. And it just breaks it off of that kiln shelf. And it looked like they were pretty much ready. Maybe they noticed something that wasn't quite right, but once again, this is pretty tricky. They have to make sure that this glass is hot enough that it'll bend around the end of the pipe that they just brought over a second ago. So now that color is brought over and wrapped around the very edge of the cane. And any particles that may have stuck from the kiln shelf are wiped off with this broom. And I wanted to kind of give a little recap for anyone that's recently joined and kind of missed the beginning of any explanations I might have had. Once again, we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho in the hot shop, and he's the one sitting and working at the center bench. And we are making one of his baskets right now, which you will see throughout the front tables and pedestals. These are all really good examples of what he's been making over the past couple of days and just the baskets in general when they are finished. And a lot of these are using cane to get the weaving patterns for the baskets, and cane is essentially just these sticks of colored glass. And these are hand pulled by the team. They started prepping these last week and did some work today as well, even making some twisted cane, which basically has a spiral of color all the way down that long rod, or just these, once again, just sticks of colored glass. So Trent actually heated that glass up a little bit too much. So instead of going back to the marver and continuing to kind of smooth and compress the glass. So you had to go back to the bench and use the newspapers to even everything back out. But this is a good example of what glass blowing is like. There's a lot of little things that happen here and there, and you just have to learn how to correct in the moment, and that's what makes a person a good glass blower. And once again, a lot of these guys, they probably have about 10 plus years of glass blowing experience, so they are professional glass artists. Sorry? So, for anyone who's recently joined in, we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He's the one sitting and working at the center bench, and he's working on making one of his baskets, which are definitely kind of his signature pieces. He does have a piece, by the way, going on permanent display pretty soon here over at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is right next to us. And could we have the slideshow of Trent's artwork up on the screen? So this slideshow is going to give you even more ideas of finished products. It'll also show you the variety of other works that Trent has worked on. And if he sounds or looks familiar, he was on season 3 of Blown Away, which I love to point out. I'm not sure if he loves that himself, but it's a glass blowing competition show on Netflix. And I recommend checking it out if you haven't seen it. It's a lot of fun. You know what we haven't seen in a while that I would love to show off to everyone is the cane pulling process, because once again this pattern is made from cane, those sticks of colored glass, but we haven't seen the cane pulling in the first place. So could we have the cane pulling video up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, this is a silent video, so I'll just talk over it a little bit, but Usually you will start with a white or a solid color core and wrap this in layers of clear before attaching a second pipe to the other end of that cylindrical shaped glass. And this is just solid all the way through, by the way. This is stretched out between the pipes across some wooden ladders. And eventually it is cut up into kind of pencil length, pencil thickness sections. It's always different depending on exactly what the artist is going for. For example, this piece that we're working on at the center bench, they broke it up into much smaller sections and uneven sections on purpose. So that way it actually looks like a basket weave in the pattern of the glass that we have, instead of just stick straight lines throughout the entire piece. But yeah, this can be used in multiple ways. This isn't the way that we used it this time exactly, but we rolled up the cane on the end of a pipe instead of onto a bubble of glass. Yeah, we got to see them pull 3 things of cane earlier today, which was really satisfying, so I wanted to make sure you guys got a chance to see that. So there's an opening on the end of our piece of glass. We have kind of a cylinder, but to be able to blow into this and work with it, we need it to be completely closed off. So we've gathered a bit of clear, dropped it on the table, and picked it up on the end of our cylinder to close it off. And eventually we'll be able to, well, now we can start blowing it out and shaping it. And we'll probably start by rounding this end off a little bit. Yeah, I know you guys just joined in, so I wanted to point out real quick that this is going to end up being kind of a basket shape, like what you're seeing in front of you guys. And yeah, our visiting artist is Trenton Quiocho. He's the one in the blue hat at the center bench. I know we have a lot of artists on the floor, but I would say a team of glass artists is standard, maybe 3 to 5 people. You need at least 2 assistants to be able to do certain things. So this wooden spoon-shaped tool, this is called a block. And the idea is to kind of smooth and round this glass out and essentially just make sure it blows out evenly. And in case anyone's curious, this large fluffy flame, it does run around the same temperature as the hole that we're using for heating the glass, so 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we use it for heating up sections of glass at a time, so instead of heating up the entire thing overall, we can focus a little bit more heat to one area. And this is just usually balancing heat out. That's what we use it for the most part. So the glass starts to move and become malleable a little bit over 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're usually working with it, and it's kind of taffy or putty textured. And we don't usually work with it straight out of the furnace, like when we dropped that cookie on the table earlier. That's not super common. We don't work with it when it's honey textured, because at that point it's just moving around like crazy. So it's always somewhere in between those two temperatures. Yeah, this is the marver, this large metal table. A lot of our tools are made with steel or stainless steel, including this table. And I've gotten questions about how it sticks to the pipe and not something like the table or the tools. So I'll point out the table, it's pretty thick to the point where the heat is just instantly kind of sucked out of the glass. And the pipe is specifically heated before we dip it inside of the molten glass. Otherwise, it wouldn't quite stick. And we're just continuously compressing the glass, smoothing everything out. So we made two earlier, and one of them took about 2 hours, and one of them took 1 hour. So I'm assuming this one will take like an hour, hour and a half. Yeah, they're all slightly different in design. This one is a little bit more of a complex design, but we're not twisting or altering it from here, so it may be shorter than I even imagined. We'll see. Oh yeah, and we started this piece, when was it? Like 2:15? So this clear glass earlier was used to block off the end of the cylinder so that we could blow into this. But now that we've blown into this, we've gotten a smoother shape, well, smoother walls, I should say. We are able to cut this clear glass off. Yeah, this isn't part of the permanent design. It was just something to help us get to this point. Also, this nozzle is just blowing some compressed air. We're trying to cool that connection point down a little bit more. And it looks like we're also creating the jack line, which we create this right near the pipe or right off the end of the pipe. And this divot is eventually going to be our breaking point. We'll take this entire bubble or piece off of the pipe from that line. Yeah, we're going to break this end piece off. Looks like Trent's applying some water to that divot, hopefully causing enough thermal shock in that connection to be able to just tap and for it to come off. So now we have this opening on the end, but most importantly, we've gotten rid of that clear glass that we had on the end. Also, this is something I've been trying to share every once in a while. It is unrelated, but we have a large event coming up in mid-August. It's completely free. It's called Glass Fest Northwest. We'll have artist booths, glass demos, food trucks, music, and free admission to the event and into the Museum of Glass. This always happens out on the Grand Plaza right outside the entrance of the museum. And yeah, it's a pretty big event. There are tons of people kind of showing off their artwork and selling their artwork. So feel free to stop by and check that out if you can. So it looks like Trent is preparing another pipe to attach to the opening on the end of this piece. Now, it's a little bit confusing. There's a lot of flipping of orientations when we're working on these pieces specifically. But he's creating something called a collar of clear glass on the end of that pipe over there. And that will come over and be attached right to this opening that they're still kind of fixing up and working on. And I don't think we've used this torch too much quite yet, so I'd love to point it out. So this one actually runs off of propane and oxygen. You can see 2 lines hooked up to it. And this makes for a much sharper and hotter flame. And we use this to heat up very small sections of glass at a time. And guess what? It gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's an insanely hot piece of equipment. People describe it as a little lightsaber, and I agree. So this is our collar of clear glass. And the idea, once again, is just to have that clear glass around the end of the pipe. But if we were to blow into the end of this pipe right now, using that mouthpiece, the air would just escape all the way through and it wouldn't be caught up in a bubble. And we're keeping this just barely warm enough to attach to the glass that we have on the end of our pipe. So that patterned glass is brought over. And this original pipe is broken off. And I think the idea behind this process is that area where the glass is connected to the previous pipe, it's really big, it's kind of gnarly. Now we have this really low profile, it's much smaller, much lighter piece of glass on the end of our pipe. It's just going to be easier to work with overall. And for those who just joined in or recently joined in, I want to give a little recap and explain what we have going on. So once again, we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho. He is the one in the blue cap. And he's going to be making one of these baskets. We have a ton of his baskets on display on the front tables and pedestals on either side of me. And anyone's welcome to come to the front of the stairs and take a closer look if you like, by the way. Just kind of look around. But yeah, we're going to be making one of these baskets. We also have some more examples up on the screen. Now this one has a cane pattern that I haven't quite seen yet. It's really interesting. It has small short pieces of cane, which are those sticks of colored glass, and they're arranged in such a way that it really does almost look like hand weaved texture. Also, I want to point out, I don't know if anyone noticed, but we had a tray of cane ready over on the right bench as well. And we just stuck that inside of the garage, which I don't know if I pointed this out to you earlier, but this box, it's called the garage, and it sits at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're preheating those pieces of cane up enough that we'll be able to pick them up and start using them in our piece. Yeah, now we're starting the blocking process again. So this is the block, this wooden spoon shaped tool. We're smoothing and evening the glass out, and hopefully this will make the glass blow out evenly. And yes, we did just spray water into the glass furnace. The purpose of that is hopefully that water being sprayed in will hit the surface of the glass, and that will pop any air bubbles that have risen to the surface so that we don't get them in our next gather of clear. And that's why we don't give away scrap pieces of glass. I get a lot of questions like, you're going to throw that away, right? But that piece that was on the floor just exploded into like 10. And this can happen at any point. Apparently it can happen even like months later. It's just a lot of stress built up into the glass from it cooling rapidly, and then it's like a ticking time bomb. I know, it's kind of interesting. I just like sharing random things like that. But we're continuing to shape this glass. Now we're using a pad. This is actually just folded up newspaper that we've soaked or splashed with water. Yeah, just newspaper. It's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. Oh, this is just a Dremel that we're using to grind at the surface of the glass. This could be to break small air bubbles, or it could be to get rid of particles that might be sticking in the surface of the glass. It's always one of those two. And doing this means that we have to heat this glass back up to pretty much molten to smooth it all out again, but we've gotten rid of those imperfections before it's too late. So I think I see some new people here and there. I want to reintroduce real quick that we have Trenton Quiocho down on the floor, someone who's been sitting and working at the center bench. And we've come really far along on his next basket. So we're just continuously making these baskets so far today, which we have on the front tables and pedestals. And these are specifically using patterns from cane, which luckily we have some examples on the front tables, basically these sticks of colored glass. So that's how we started initially, is we laid out a tray of cane and we picked it up on the end of our pipe and turned this into a bubble of glass. And we are starting to blow this out and turn it into our basket. And yeah, these are based off of baskets in real life that are used to catch fish. So I think you put the opening towards the stream as it comes down into the basket, and it's supposed to catch fish, and they can't escape through the smaller end that faces downstream. So that's kind of the idea behind them. Of course, these are not going to actually be used in rivers. They could possibly break, and that would be very devastating. But Trent should have one of these baskets going on display at the Tacoma Art Museum pretty soon. And this is going to be a permanent display, which is really impressive. Yeah, I know it's been a little while since we used this, so I'll point out again, this is just a pipe cooler, trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into. So importantly, we have picked up our cane. We want these lines that we have now to stay straight, so we're not going to be altering them very much. We're not going to be twisting the glass or adding any other designs. And we've created kind of this long tapered shape out of the glass bubble. And it looks like we might be letting it cool to gather another layer of clear, just so we have enough mass to work with for the final product. So we're making this basket a little bit bigger. And just in case nobody has gotten the chance to see the glass furnace yet that we're using right now, once again, this is where we're getting our fresh raw material or melted glass. This is sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is a strip gather that we're seeing right here, getting us closer to an exact size. We let some of the glass drip off into a bucket, and the heat is able to kind of cut that tail that is coming down. And don't worry about the glass in the bucket. This is all clear glass only. So eventually we just crush it up and we throw it back into the furnace to melt down again, completely reusing it. And after heating up this glass quite a bit, we're using this pad yet again, which once again is just folded up newspaper soaked in water, kind of guiding which way it blows out. And John is blowing it up on the other end of the pipe right now. So this is where the actual blowing in glass blowing comes into play. And this piece is going to become much larger than it is right now. We have a lot of glass, even if it doesn't look like it. It is almost completely solid to start off with, and then we slowly thin out those walls, essentially, by blowing it up. So this is exciting. As they're continuing to blow this out, that pattern is getting easier and easier to see. You can see all those individual little pieces of cane within the walls of the glass. And just to point out, for those who just joined in, once again, we're working on making some of these baskets, which you'll see on the front tables and pedestals. And this is us just starting to blow it up and turn it into that shape. So you came in at a good time. Yeah, we already have all the glass we need. We already have all the patterns and colors within the piece. Right now it's just glowing orange from how hot the piece is. It's radiating light as well as heat, quite like lava. And right now we are creating the jack line. So the jack line is basically a divot off the end of the pipe. And this divot is where we break the entire piece off later on. And welcome to those who just joined in. Once again, we have visiting artist Trenton Quiocho at the center bench, the blue cap. And he's making one of his baskets, which we see a variety of these already out on the front pedestals and tables. And I want to show off some more of his work as well. So if we could have his slideshow up on the screen, please. I haven't called for anything in a little bit. Could I have Trent's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. All right, so up on the screen we have the slideshow going now for anyone that hasn't seen it. This is some of Trent's previously made work, maybe some process photos while he's making the glass. And I want to point out some of these pieces and photos are coming from the Netflix show Blown Away, Season 3. Trent was on that season of the show. And you'll even see some more of those baskets throughout the slideshow as well. And feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have at any point. Yeah, just feel free to grab my attention and I'll come right over. So we've been working on just the very, very end of the bubble. The idea is Trent wants to make a divot somewhere in this section of glass that he's pulled out. In this divot, he'll let it cool down enough that he's able to break it off by kind of tapping and quite literally hitting it off. And this should leave a small opening behind. He wants to go inside the end of this piece and open it up. But at the same time, he has to make sure that the rest of the piece isn't cooling down too much. So we'll use this fluffy torch to heat up any really cold areas, and then we'll heat up the entire thing overall inside of the hole. And we don't want the glass to drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's always sitting just at about that temperature. So even though this looks solid, it is still very hot. So we've broken off that piece on the end of the bubble, and this did leave behind a small opening, so we'll be able to go inside of this piece eventually and start opening that up. And eventually, at some point, we're going to have to work on the side of the piece that's currently attached to the pipe. This piece is open-ended on both sides, and the way that we are able to finish the piece and work on the other end. Luckily, a lot of these pieces still have this bit of clear left over, so it's a really good visual example, but we're going to bring a pipe over and attach it to the end that is furthest from the pipe right now that they've been working on. And then they will completely break it off of this pipe and be able to work on that opposite end, which that end is the one that they push inside of the piece to create the inner part of the basket. And yeah, you see there's a little bit of clear left over. This is going to eventually be ground off of the piece through a cold working process where you essentially grind, cut, polish the glass. So we've broken it off of its original pipe, which I described earlier. We needed to do to be able to get access to the other side of the piece. And once again, this side that we're now working on, this is where we're going to be pushing the opening into the piece, kind of like what you're seeing on the displays. So we've already finished one half of the basket. Yeah, I was just tilting one of the baskets on its side so that you could see that second half where it's pushed in on itself. That one's a really good example because those lines are so distinct going inside of the opening. Yeah. And you have an example right in front of you. So we've heated up the front enough to start working with it. We're continuing to use this pad of newspaper. And the opening is left purposefully small, you'll notice. This is partially because when we push that opening inward, it will widen naturally as we push it. We don't want it to widen too much as we go in. So to get rid of any unevenness and any thickness that remains right around that opening, we use some tweezers to pull. And we're completely cutting this end piece off, which is going to close up the end of the bubble. And this will be opened up again later on, but this allows them to blow into the piece and round everything back out before they continue on. And I think a couple of new people just joined, so welcome into the hot shop. And we have Trenton Quiocho as our visiting artist today. On the screen there's a slideshow of his work as I just quickly introduce our project. But Trent's the one sitting down at the center bench, and we are making some of these baskets, which you'll see throughout the front tables and pedestals. Yeah, I'd say the ones that are shorter are more like what we're seeing today. And we're working on the half where the opening is pushed inside of the basket So you can expect to see that process pretty soon. Yeah, for those who are just joining in, I was just talking about our visiting artist and showing off some of his work up on the screen. So we heated the whole bubble back up and we started to blow it out just a little bit more. Once again, just kind of making it rounded out. And we'll see where we're at when they come out. So at this point we have created a small opening in the end again. And by the way, if anyone's curious why we keep heating the back end of the piece where it's connected to the pipe, this area tends to cool down a lot. It's the last thing going into the heat and the first thing coming out inside of that hole. And at the same time, it's also where the pipe is connected to the glass, which means that the pipe is sucking a lot of heat out and kind of dispersing it. So we just have to make sure to even that heat out and just make sure everything is staying at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's really important. Otherwise, we risk thermal shock. So Trent is heating up very specific sections of the piece. He's leaving the very, very opening relatively cold, but heating up that general area around it. And he's preheating the Soffietta, this cone-shaped tool. This is what's going to be used to push the glass in on itself. And the idea behind preheating this is we will get a little bit of beeswax on it, and in general, this tool will be warm and now coated in wax, meaning that it will glide easily against the glass, won't catch, it won't cause any thermal shock. And after cooling the opening one more time, Trent starts to push this in. And just like that, we have finished that overall shape. So after just slightly winding that opening inside, it looks like we are pretty close to getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. We're setting up a station on the table over here, which we'll use to flatten one small side of the piece. And this just makes sure that it doesn't roll around when you place it on a table or some sort of flat surface. So now Trent has to choose his least favorite side that'll be placed against the table. So we're heating up just one small side of the piece. And then we come over to the table after a quick heat. And Maishan is getting suited up over on the right side of the hot shop. He's going to be wearing a big shiny suit and these Kevlar gloves. And when we break pieces off in our hot shop, we usually break them off right at the bench into those gloves, and then we carry it over to be put away. So we need all that protective equipment. And we'll be placing it inside of the annealer on the right wall, which is that large black box over there. It sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And whenever we put pieces inside of it, it just continuously stays at that temperature all day. We press a button when we are completely finished, and it comes down very slowly to cool it. So they cut at that connection, weakening it even further. Yeah, the idea is we want this piece to be warm enough that it doesn't crack from cooling too quickly, but we can't have it too far above 1000 degrees Fahrenheit when we put it away. Otherwise, it continues to move and kind of sag or pick up particles that it sits on. It's a tricky balance. But now we apply some water to that connection point, and this is cracking that connection from thermal shock. We always hold those gloves underneath just in case it decides to randomly pop off, which does happen every now and then. And just like that, we have finished our piece, broken it off. We're torching it to get rid of any sharp ends. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that basket. Thank you, everyone. So these pieces were made yesterday that are just coming out of the annealer over on the left wall, if you'd like to check out some new work. Some never seen before work. Yeah, stick around if you haven't seen the cane process where we actually lay out the cane and then roll it up and turn it into our piece. Trent's laying out some cane over on the right bench already. So this is where the whole design comes from for all of the baskets, all of those lines of color. And for those who are sitting over on the right side of the hot shop, welcome in. We are going to be making one more small basket. It's quite literally maybe going to be this big. It's just going to be a small piece of glass, but these still have a pretty high level of detail going into them. We're going to continue to use cane, which are, once again, the sticks of colored glass. I have a bunch on the front table here. And yeah, we've already laid these out on a tray. We're starting to heat them up, and eventually we'll roll them up on the end of that pipe. So we've just brought over a cup of glass that was made earlier. So this will be the base for our piece. This has a really intricate design of cane that has been twisted and altered so many times over to the point that it looks like fabric or lace. That's the way it's described, as kind of lacy. And welcome to those who just joined in. So we're getting started on our next and final piece at the center bench. This bubble of colored glass on the end of our pipe is actually many lines of color within the glass to the point that it looks a little bit lacy. So this pattern could be described as a sort of lace pattern. And this will be blown out a little bit further we will eventually pick up even more cane, which once again are those sticks of colored glass. And those next pieces of cane are actually going to stay as straight stripes on the piece. And we'll be making just one more small basket, which I don't know if I pointed out to you guys earlier, but yeah, just one more small basket. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. Came in at a very satisfying moment in time because we are just doing a cane roll up or a cane pickup. So now we have these stick straight stripes all the way across the bubble from one end to the other. And yeah, once again, this is turning into a smaller version of one of these baskets. So like this one right here. It's a really good example of what we'll see. And what they usually do is they'll start working on the longer, pulled out, sort of tapered end, and then they'll flip the orientation and work on pushing this opposite end in. So pretty soon here you'll see us blowing out this piece of glass and actually shaping it and working with it. And the colors I know are pretty hard to see right now. It looks like it's all just orange, but it's just from the heat. It's creating so much heat that it's radiating light. So we're already starting to blow this out. This can be pretty easy to miss, but whenever somebody has their mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them blowing air into the glass and expanding the glass like a balloon. And Trent is using this pad to kind of guide which way it blows out. And the idea, once again, is to keep those lines stick straight, which can be pretty difficult. So he has to apply even pressure as it turns back and forth across the bench. And the reason we go back and forth across the bench in the first place is just to keep the glass on center. It's moving so much that it would just fall. And we are picking at the end of the bubble. You'll notice with all of these baskets that both ends of the piece are open, so we have to open this end up. We'll start shaping it into a little bit more of a tapered shape, and then eventually we'll be able to open up the other end that's attached to the pipe as well, but that'll have to come a little bit later after we finish this first half. And I just want to mention real quick, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to let me know. It could be questions about things you see in the gallery or just glass-related things in general. So the glass that we use here in this hot shop is mostly silica sand, so sand, kind of like what you'd find at a beach or something similar. And then a little bit of soda ash, like baking soda, and limestone mixed into the glass. So this is a soda lime glass. The best way I can describe making glass is ice melts into water and sugar crystals, like out of the bag, melts into a thing of sugar, which you could turn into candy, and sand can melt into melted glass, which can turn into anything. So pretty soon here, we'll be bringing over another pipe with some clear glass as basically an attachment point. So Alex has just brought that over, and this will be attached to the opening of the piece. So this is how we keep both sides of the piece open-ended. So eventually we do break this off of both of these pipes. This does leave a small amount of clear glass around this opening right here, but this is something that we grind and polish away through a cold working process later on. And after applying a little bit of water and tapping the pipe, that piece just pops right off. So now we can work on this end, and we can kind of push the glass in on itself to finish off our basket. How does it feel in here compared to outside, out of curiosity? In here or out there? In here? Okay. It's going to feel nice to come out of the hot shop then. I've been in here all day. It's like when you put a frog in water and you slowly heat it up, like whatever that story is, that's how I feel right now. Like I can't really tell that it's hot in here. Now we're just finishing up this last piece here. We're going to flatten one small section of the side of the piece. That way it sits flat on a table. But other than that, we have the overall shape we want, and this piece is done. Just getting ready to break it off. So to prepare to break this off, we're just torching this connecting area between the piece and the pipe. We'll cut at that connection a little bit, and then we will apply some water to fully crack that connection and break it off. And this will be broken off into some Kevlar gloves, allowing us to carry it over to be put away. And we'll place it inside of the annealer over on the right wall. And just like that, we have finished off our last piece of the day.